Welcome to another peaceful night with Sleep Purely. We're here to relax your mind with timeless stories and soothing sounds. Before we begin, we'd be delighted if you could say hello and let us know where you're listening from. Now, sit back and enjoy the feeling of relaxation, whether you're in bed or in your favorite chair. Slowly close your eyes. Take a deep, calm breath. Feel all the day's fatigue slip away from you. Let my voice carry you to that peaceful place where dreams begin and your mind is free into a deep sleep. The Lamplighter's Carol, a Victorian Christmas sleep story. Welcome, dear listener, to a quiet corner of the past, where gas lamps cast their gentle glow upon cobblestones worn smooth by countless footsteps, and where the bells of distant churches mark the hours with patient regularity. Before we begin our journey into this winter's tale, take a moment to settle yourself comfortably. Draw the blankets close. Let your breathing slow and deepen. Allow the cares of the day to slip away like snow melting from a window pane. Tonight we travel to London in the year of our Lord 1863, to a narrow street in Clerkenwell, where the fog rolls thick as wool and the cold bites with teeth of iron. It is Christmas Eve, and the city, despite its size and clamor, seems to hold its breath in anticipation of something greater than itself. Now let us begin. Part the first. The Street of Lamps. Hangman's Lane was not so grim as its name suggested, though neither was it a place where gentlemen of means would choose to stroll after dusk. It ran crooked as a dog's hind leg between the wider thoroughfares of Clerkenwell, its buildings leaning toward one another as if sharing secrets across the narrow gap of sky. The houses were old, their timbers dark with age and soot, their windows small and uncertain in their panes. During the day, the lane harbored the usual commerce of a working district. A cobbler whose hammer rang from dawn till dusk, a laundress whose steam crept under every door, a baker whose ovens filled the air the only warmth some of the residents would know. But it was the lamps that gave Hangman's Lane what small distinction it possessed. 7 gas lamps stood along its length, their iron posts painted green many years ago, and now weathered to a shade that might charitably be called sage, though rust would be more accurate. These lamps were the charge of Mr. Cornelius Wickham, who had tended them for 37 years with a devotion that those who knew him found both admirable and faintly pitiable. Mr. Wickham was a tall man, though age had begun to curve his spine, giving him the appearance of question mark wrapped in a threadbare greatcoat. His face was long and solemn, creased by decades of wind and weather, and his eyes, which had once been a clear gray, had faded to the color of old pewter. He moved with the careful deliberation of one whose joints had grown stiff, but whose pride would not permit complaint. Each evening, precisely at dusk, he would emerge from his lodgings at number 12 with his ladder upon his shoulder and his oil can in his hand, and he would make his rounds. First the lamp at the corner of Saffron Street, then the one before the baker's, then the sequence down the lane, until he reached the last at the entrance to the narrow court where the rag-and-bone men kept their barrows. He would mount his ladder with the same movements he had performed 10,000 times, open the glass panel with his special key, trim the wick with scissors he kept wrapped in oilcloth, adjust the flow of gas with 3/4 turns of the valve, neither more nor less, close the panel, descend the ladder, and move to the next. The ritual never varied. In rain, in fog, in the bitter winds of January, and the close heat of August, Mr. Wickham kept his lamps. The residents of Hangman's Lane, for the most part, took little notice of him. He was simply there, as constant as the cobblestones beneath their feet. Children would sometimes call out to him, "Old Wickham, give us a light for our guys," but he would wave them off with a stern look, for he guarded his flames as a miser guards his gold. A few of the older residents, those who remember when the lane had been darker and more dangerous, would nod to him as he passed, and he would touch his cap in return, but words were seldom exchanged. Cornelius Wickham was not a man for conversation. On this particular Christmas Eve, the fog lay especially thick. It crept up from the river in great rolling banks, muffling sound and blurring the edges of things until the world seemed made of gauze. By 4 o'clock the daylight, which had been thin and grudging to begin with, had given up entirely. Mr. Wickham, observing this through the small window of his room, set aside the bread and cheese that constituted his supper and began his preparations an hour earlier than usual. He drew on his coat, which smelled of oil and weather, wound his muffler 3 times about his neck, and placed his cap firmly upon his head. From the corner, he took his ladder, testing its weight as he always did, for it grew heavy with damp, and he was not as strong as he had been. The oil can he filled from the tin he kept beneath his bed, counting the drops out of long habit rather than need. Then, with a last glance around his small room, its narrow bed, its single chair, its shelf holding 3 books and a chipped teapot, he stepped out into the lane. The fog embraced him at once, cold and intimate. It beaded on his coat and settled in his eyebrows. The sounds of the street came to him muted and strange. The rattle of a cart somewhere at his left, voices calling to one another from directions he could not determine, the distant clang of a church bell marking the hour. He moved to the first lamp with the certainty of long practice, for he could have found his way along Hangman's Lane in absolute darkness. As he mounted his ladder and opened the lamp's glass panel, a peculiar sensation came over him. It was not something he could have named, merely a prickling at the back of his neck, a sense that the evening was not quite like other evenings. He paused, his hand on the valve, and looked down into the fog-shrouded lane. For a moment, he thought he saw a figure standing at the far end, where the lane opened onto Saffron Street. A small figure, perhaps a child, quite still. Then the fog shifted, and the figure, if it had been there at all, was gone. Mr. Wickham shook his head, adjusted the flame, and descended the ladder. His imagination, he told himself, was playing tricks. It was the fog and the season. Christmas Eve had a way of stirring old memories, and memories, he had learned, were best left undisturbed. He moved to the second lamp, then the third. At each station, he performed his ritual with the same meticulous care. The fog thickened further, until he could barely see from one lamp post to the next. His fingers grew numb despite his gloves, and his breath hung before him in white clouds. Yet he did not hurry. To hurry would be to risk error, and error in his work was unthinkable. It was as he finished with the 5th lamp that he heard the singing. At first it was so faint that he took it for the wind, though the air was quite still. Then it came again clearer. A child's voice, high and pure, carrying a melody he knew from somewhere deep in his past. A carol, one of the old ones, the kind that had been sung when he was young, before the city had grown so large and loud that such songs seemed out of place. He descended his ladder slowly, listening. The voice drew closer, winding to the fog like a silver thread. Then, quite suddenly, the singer appeared. She was a girl of perhaps 9 or 10 years, though it was difficult to tell beneath the layers of shawls and the oversized cap that drooped over one ear. Her dress was patched and worn, her boots several sizes too large, stuffed no doubt with paper or rags to keep them from falling off. In her hand she carried a basket covered with cloth, and from beneath that cloth came the scent of something that made Mr. Wickham's stomach tighten with unexpected hunger. Fresh bread, warm and yeasty. The girl stopped when she saw him, her song trailing off. For a moment they regarded each other across the small space of fog-bound pavement. Her face was thin but not pinched, and her eyes were dark and bright with intelligence. "Evening, sir," she said, bobbing a small curtsy. "I didn't mean to disturb your work." Mr. Wickham found himself at a loss. He was not accustomed to being addressed by children, except in mockery or to beg for coins. This girl's tone was neither mocking nor pleading, but simply polite, as if she were speaking to an equal. "You're not disturbing me," he said at last, his voice rusty from disuse. "That was a pretty song you were singing." "Thank you, sir. My mother taught it to me. She said it was very old." "It is old," Mr. Wickham agreed. "I haven't heard it in many years." The girl shifted her basket from one hand to the other. "Are you the lamplighter, sir?" "I am." "You do it every night?" "Every night, rain or shine, summer and winter." She considered this gravely. That must be lonely work. The observation, delivered without any apparent intention to wound, struck Mr. Wickham with unexpected force. Lonely? Yes, he supposed it was. He had not thought of it in precisely those terms before. His work was simply his work, as necessary and unremarkable as breathing. "It's honest work," he said, more sharply than he intended, "and someone must do it." "Oh, I didn't mean anything bad by it, sir," the girl said quickly. "I only meant that you're out here by yourself every night, with only the lamps for company. I think it's rather brave, actually." "Brave?" Mr. Wickham almost smiled. "There's nothing brave about lighting lamps, child." "Isn't there? What if you're afraid of the dark?" "I'm not afraid of the dark." "Well, then," she said with the simple logic of the young, "that makes you braver than most folk I know." Before Mr. Wickham could formulate a response to this, the girl glanced down at her basket. "I ought to be getting on," she said. "These loaves won't stay warm forever. Mother sends me round to the folks who haven't much for their Christmas supper. There's Mrs. Pettigrew at number 7, and old Mr. Sims in the court, and the widow Holloway with her babies." She looked up at him again, and there was something in her expression that made him think of windows opened in dark rooms. "You're sure I didn't disturb you, sir?" "You're sure," he said quietly. "Happy Christmas, then, Mr. Lamplighter." "Happy Christmas, child." She started to move past him, then paused. "Will you be alone tonight, sir, for your Christmas dinner?" The question, so innocently asked, reopened something in Mr. Wickham's chest that he had thought sealed long ago. "I will," he said, "but that's as it should be. I've no family left, and I'm content with my own company." The girl studied him with those bright, knowing eyes. "My mother says nobody's truly content to be alone on Christmas. She says it's the one night when even hermits wish for a friendly face." "Your mother sounds like a wise woman." "She is," the girl said simply. Then, with another small curtsy, she was gone, swallowed by the fog as completely as if she had been no more substantial than the mist itself. Mr. Wickham stood quite still for a long moment, his ladder forgotten beside him. The sound of her singing rose again in the distance, fainter now, but still clear. He found himself humming the melody under his breath as he moved to the 6th lamp. He could not have said when he had last hummed anything at all. Part the 2nd, the visitors, the last lamp lit, Mr. Wickham made his way back to number 12. His room, when he entered it, seemed smaller and more cheerless than usual. The cold had crept in during his absence, settling into the corners like an unwelcome guest. He rekindled his fire with the few pieces of coal he allowed himself each evening, then sat in his chair to finish the bread and cheese he had abandoned earlier. But the food tasted of nothing, and his thoughts, usually so ordered and predictable, wandered in strange directions. He found himself thinking of Christmases past, of years before he had become the Lamplighter of Hangman's Lane. There had been other Christmases, brighter ones, filled with laughter and warmth in the faces of people whose names he had not spoken aloud in decades. There had been Margaret. The thought of her came with a physical pain, sudden and sharp, as if someone had struck him in the chest. He pressed his hand to his breastbone and waited for the sensation pass. It had been 42 years since she had died. 42 years since the fever had taken her and their infant son in the same week, leaving him hollow and purposeless. He had been a different man then, a clerk in a shipping office with prospects and ambitions. After her death, he had simply stopped. The ambitions had seemed meaningless, the prospect a cruel joke. He had left the office, taken the first work he could find, and had been lighting lamps ever since. It had been easier, he found, to live a half-life than to fully inhabit the ruins of what he had lost. A knock at his door startled him from these dark reflections. He rose, frowning. It was well past 7 o'clock. Who would be calling at this hour, on Christmas Eve no less? He opened the door to find 3 figures standing in the narrow hallway. The first was a woman of middle years, handsome despite her worn clothing, with gray threading through her dark hair. The second was a young man, barely out of boyhood, with a cap in his hands and an anxious expression. The third was a girl from the lane, the bread-bearer, her bright eyes fixed on Mr. Wickham with an expectant look. "Mr. Wickham," the woman said, her voice warm despite the cold, "I do apologize for disturbing you at this hour. I am Mrs. Penelope March, and this is my son Thomas. I believe you've already met my daughter Beatrice." The girl Beatrice bobbed another curtsy and smiled. "Mrs. March," Mr. Wickham said, struggling to recover his composure. What can I do for you?" "It's rather what we hope to do for you, sir," Mrs. March said. "Beatrice came home and told me she'd met the Lamplighter, and that he would be spending Christmas alone. Well, sir, that didn't sit right with me. Not on Christmas Eve. So I've taken the liberty of bringing you a proper supper." She held up a covered basket that steamed in the cold air. "Nothing fancy, mind you, but there's roasted chicken and potatoes, and Beatrice made a plum pudding with her own hands." Mr. Wickham stared at the basket, then at the 3 faces before him. Something in his throat had grown tight, making speech difficult. I couldn't possibly. That is, it's very kind of you, but nothing, sir," Mrs. March said firmly. "It's Christmas Eve, and no one in my neighborhood goes hungry if I can help it. Now, are you to let us in, or shall we stand in this drafty hallway all evening?" Thomas, the young man, spoke for the first time. "Please, sir," he said quietly. "Mother won't take no for an answer. You might as well surrender now and save us all time." Despite himself, Mr. Wickham felt the corners of his mouth twitch. "I see I'm outmaneuvered," he said, stepping aside. "Please, come in." The room, which had seemed so empty moments before, suddenly felt full to bursting. Mrs. March moved with the practiced efficiency of a woman used to making do in small spaces. She cleared a small table, spread a clean cloth she had brought with her, and began unpacking the basket. The smells that emerged made Mr. Wickham's head swim. Roasted meat, sage and onion, butter and cream, all the scent of a Christmas he had not known for longer than he cared to remember. Thomas set about coaxing Mr. Wickham's meager fire into something more robust, adding coal from a sack he had carried up the stairs. Beatrice produced plates and utensils from some hidden pocket in her voluminous shawl, arranging them on the table with the gravity of a hostess at a fine dinner party. Within minutes, the transformation was complete. Where there had been cold and emptiness, there was now warmth and abundance. Mrs. March gestured to the chair at the head of the table. Please, Mr. Wickham, sit. This is your home. After all, we're just honored to share your Christmas. He sat, feeling as though he were moving through a dream. The three members of the March family took their places around the small table, squeezing together on the narrow bench with cheerful disregard for the cramped quarters. Mrs. March served the food with a deft hand, giving Mr. Wickham portions that seemed far too generous. "I can't eat all this," he protested weakly. "Then we'll help you," Beatrice said, her eyes twinkling. As they ate, conversation flowed around him like a warm current. Thomas spoke of his work as an apprentice to a printer, describing with enthusiasm the newest techniques for setting type. Mrs. March told stories of her neighbors, painting vivid pictures of the small dramas and comedies of Hangman's Lane. Beatrice, when asked about school, recited a poem she had learned, stumbling over some words but carrying through with determination. Mr. Wickham found himself drawn in despite his long habit of silence. He told them, hesitantly at first, about his work with the lamps. He described the different qualities of light in different seasons, the way fog could transform a familiar street into something mysterious, the satisfaction of seeing his lamps burning bright against the dark. "You speak of them as though they were alive," Mrs. March observed gently. "Perhaps, in a way, they are," Mr. Wickham said. "Or perhaps I've been alone with them so long that I've begun to imagine things." "There's no shame in talking to one's work," Thomas said. "I talk to the printing press sometimes, especially when it jams, though usually what I say to it isn't fit for polite company." They laughed at that, all of them, and the sound filled the small room with something Mr. Wickham could not name but felt all the same, a lifting, a loosening, as if invisible bonds had begun to dissolve. When the meal was finished and the plum pudding consumed down to the last sweet crumb, Mrs. March began to gather the dishes. Mr. Wickham rose to help, but she waved him back to his seat. "You've worked all day in the cold," she said. "Let us see to the small thing." As the dishes were cleared and repacked, Beatrice approached him shyly. "Mr. Wickham," she said, "would you like to hear another carol? A proper one, I mean, not just me singing in the street." "I would like that very much," he said, surprised by the truth of it. She sang, her voice pure and clear in the close warmth of the room. Thomas joined in on the chorus, his deeper voice providing a pleasant harmony. Mrs. March, her hands stilled in their work, added her own voice to the song. And then, after a moment's hesitation, Mr. Wickham found himself singing as well. The words came back to him from some deep well of memory, words he had not spoken in 40 years, but which had never truly left him. "God rest ye merry, gentlemen. Let nothing you dismay." When the carol ended, silence fell, but it was not the cold silence of loneliness. It was the warm silence of companionship, of a moment shared and acknowledged. Mrs. March was the first to speak. "We should be getting home," she said quietly. "It's late, and I'm sure you're tired, Mr. Wickham." He wanted to protest, to ask them to stay longer, but he knew that would be selfish. They had their own Christmas to prepare for, their own traditions to honor. That they had given him this much was already more than he had any right to expect. He walked them to the door, thanking them with words that felt inadequate for what he wished to express. Mrs. March patted his arm gently. "You're not to spend tomorrow alone either," she said. "We'll expect you for Christmas dinner at 1 o'clock. Number 43, 2 streets over. Don't make me send Beatrice to fetch you." "I couldn't impose," he began. "It's not an imposition if you're invited," Thomas said. "Please, sir. Mother's right. You've given us your company tonight. Let us return the favor." Mr. Wickham looked at their faces, kind and open, and felt something within him shift. "I would be honored," he said softly. Beatrice clapped her hands together. "Oh, good. We'll have such a lovely time. Mother, we must make certain there is enough goose." "There will be enough," Mrs. March assured her. "There's always enough when hearts are open." They said their good nights and descended the stairs, their voices echoing in the stairwell. Mr. Wickham stood at his door until the sound of the street door closing told him they had gone. Then he returned to his room and stood looking at it as though seeing it for the first time. The fire burned brightly. The smell of the Christmas meal lingered in the air. His small table, cleared now, but still wearing the cloth Mrs. March had brought, seemed less like a surface for solitary meals and more like a place where communion had occurred. He sat in his chair and found himself weeping. The tears came without warning, great silent sobs that shook his thin frame. He wept for Margaret and the son he had never known. He wept for the 40 years he had spent in self-imposed exile from human warmth. He wept for the loneliness he had carried so long that he had forgotten it had a name. And he wept, finally, with something that might have been gratitude or might have been relief, because 3 strangers had seen him, truly seen him, and had not turned away. Part the third, the watches of night. Sleep, when it came, was fitful. Mr. Wickham dozed in his chair before the fire, starting awake at intervals, uncertain what had roused him. Each time he woke, the room seemed different, darker, then lighter, warmer, then cold, as if the night itself could not decide what it wished to be. The last time he woke, the fire had burned down to embers, and the clock on the mantelpiece showed 11:30. The room was very cold. His breath plumed white in the air, and frost had begun to form in delicate patterns on the inside of his window. He rose stiffly, intending to add coal to fire and perhaps make his way to bed, when he became aware of a sound. It was very faint, barely audible above the usual night sounds of the city. The distant rattle of a late cab, the bark of a dog, the settling of old timbers. But it was there, insistent in its gentleness. Singing. He went to the window and rubbed a clear spot in the frost. Below, in Hangman's Lane, figures moved through the darkness, not the rough figures of drunkards making their way home from the public house, but a procession of sorts, orderly and slow. They carried lanterns that swung from poles, casting circles of warm light on the cobblestones, and they were singing. Carol singers, he realized, though it was late for such revels, later than any respectable party would be abroad. Yet there they were, perhaps a dozen of them, moving along the lane with purpose. As he watched, the procession stopped beneath his window. One of the figures, taller than the rest, looked up directly at him, though the distance and the darkness made features indistinct. Mr. Wickham had the unshakable sense that the figure was smiling. The carol they sang was one he knew, though again it was of the old kind, the words in Latin, the melody complex and haunting. He found himself humming along, his breath fogging the glass he had just cleared. Then, quite abruptly, the singing stopped. The figure who had looked up at him raised one hand in what might have been a wave or a benediction, and the entire procession moved on, turning at the corner and disappearing towards Saffron Street. The light from their lanterns faded, swallowed by the greater dark, until Mr. Wickham was left looking at an empty street. He stood at the window a long time, watching, but they did not return. At length he went to his bed, too tired now to bother with the fire. He lay down fully clothed, pulling the thin blanket over himself, and closed his eyes. Sleep came quickly this time, deep and dreamless, until a voice spoke his name. Cornelius. He opened his eyes to find himself no longer in his room. He stood instead in a place he knew well, though he had not seen it in 42 years. The small house in Southwark where he and Margaret had lived during their brief marriage. The front room, with its faded wallpaper and the settle by the fire. The window that looked out onto a garden no bigger than a pocket handkerchief. The door to the kitchen, always slightly ajar. Everything was as he remembered it, yet not quite. The edges of things seemed softer, the colors more muted, as though he were viewing the scene through old glass. And the light had a peculiar quality, neither sunlight nor lamplight, but something in between. Cornelius! The voice came again, and he turned to see Margaret standing in the doorway to the kitchen. She looked exactly as she had on their wedding day. Young, bright-eyed, her dark hair pulled back from her face, her smile warm and knowing. She wore the blue dress she had been married in, the one he had later given to the rag-and-bone man, because he could not bear to see it hanging in the wardrobe. "Margaret," he whispered. His voice seemed to come from very far away. "Is it truly you?" "After a fashion," she said, moving into the room with the grace he had never forgotten. "I am as you remember me, which is not quite the same as being who I was. But for tonight, perhaps that's enough. I don't understand." She smiled, the same gentle smile that had convinced him, so many years ago, that the world was a better place than he had believed. "You've been alone a very long time, Cornelius. Too long. It's Christmas Eve, and certain allowances are made. I've been permitted to visit you, to speak to you one last time." One last time, the words hurt to say. "But I've wished to speak to you every day since you left. Every single day." "I know," she said softly. "I've always known. That's why I'm here. Not to bring you back to the past, but to help you see that you've been carrying it all wrong." He sank onto the settle, his legs suddenly unable to support him. Margaret sat beside him, close enough that he could smell the lavender water she had always worn. The scent brought with it a rush of memories so powerful that he closed his eyes against them. "I failed you," he said. "I failed you and our son. If I had been able to provide better lodgings, better food, better care, perhaps the fever wouldn't have—" "Hush," she said, and he felt her hand on his. It was warm, solid, real. "The fever took half the street, Cornelius, rich and poor alike. You couldn't have prevented it any more than you could have prevented the sun from rising. It was simply our time to go. But you were so young. You had so much life left to live. And you spent the rest of yours as though you died with me." Her voice was gentle but firm. "That was never what I wanted for you. I wanted you to go on, to find joy again, to live. How could I?" The question burst from him with a force that surprised them both. "How could I laugh and sing and make merry when you and our boy were cold in the ground?" "Because we wouldn't have been," Margaret said. "Not really. We would have been in your heart, carried with love instead of with grief. There's a difference, Cornelius. One keeps the dead alive in memory. The other buries the living alongside them." He looked at her then, truly looked at her, and saw that her eyes held a depth of understanding that went beyond anything he had known in life. Whatever she was now, whether spirit or dream, or some trick of his exhausted mind, she knew things that the living could not know. "I've wasted it all," he said brokenly. 40 years. I've wasted them." "Nothing is wasted if you learn from it," she said. "And you have learned, haven't you? Tonight, with those kind people who brought you supper. You felt something you hadn't felt in a very long time." "Yes," he admitted. "I I don't know what to call it. Hope, perhaps, or the possibility of hope. That's all any of us need to begin again," Margaret said. "The possibility." She stood, and he rose with her, not wanting to let her go. "I must leave soon," she said, reading the fear in his eyes. "But before I do, I want you to promise me something." "Anything." "Promise me you'll accept the invitation for a Christmas dinner. Promise me you'll allow yourself to feel what you felt tonight, without guilt, without the sense that you're betraying my memory. You could never betray me, Cornelius. You could only honor me by living the rest of your life as fully as you can." "I promise," he said, and even as the words left his mouth, he knew he meant them. She smiled again and began to fade, not suddenly, not cruelly, but gradually, like mist burning off a morning sun. Her hand in his grew lighter, cooler, until he was holding only air. "Remember," her voice whispered, now far away, "the lamps you tend aren't just to light the street. They're to remind people that darkness is not the end of things. There's always light if someone is willing to kindle it." Then she was gone, and he was standing alone in the little house in Southwark that was no longer there. Part the fourth. The morning light. He woke in his own bed, in his own room, with weak winter sunlight struggling through the frosted window. For a moment he lay still, trying to determine what was real and what had been dream. The visit from the March family that had surely happened. The food, the songs, the warmth of their company. He could still feel the residue of those things like an imprint on his heart. But Margaret? The house in Southwark? That seemed less certain, more like something his sleeping mind had conjured from loneliness and the strange enchantments of Christmas Eve. He rose and found that he was still fully dressed, his coat and muffler still on, as though he had simply fallen onto the bed, without bothering to prepare for sleep. His small room was cold, the fire long dead, but he did not feel the chill as he usually did. Some warmth from a night before seemed to linger in his bones. He went to the window and looked out at Hangman's Lane. It was Christmas morning, and the street was quiet. A few early risers moved about their business, bundled against the cold. He could see smoke rising from chimneys, hear the muffled sound of church bells from several directions, calling the faithful to service. And there, beneath his window, carved into the thin layer of snow that had fallen in the night, were words, large letters, obviously made by small hands dragging sticks or fingers through the white. "Happy Christmas, Mr. Wickham." Beatrice, he thought, and smiled. The girl must have been out early, perhaps on some errand for her mother, and had left him this message. He stood looking at it until the letters began to blur, and realized that his eyes had filled with tears. But these were not the tears of the night before. These were something else entirely. Something lighter, cleaner, like rain after a long drought. He washed and shaved with more care than usual, then put on his best shirt, the one he kept for occasions that never seemed to arise. His coat he brushed as well as he could, though it remained worn and shabby. From the bottom of his trunk, he drew out a waistcoat of dark blue that he had not worn since Margaret died. It smelled of cedar and old memories, but when he put it on, it fit well enough. At 12:30, he descended to the street. The walk to number 43 was not far, but he moved slowly, looking at the lane with new eyes. The houses that seemed so drab and cheerless yesterday now appeared merely humble, their shabbiness honest rather than shameful. The people he passed called out greetings, "Happy Christmas, sir," and "A blessed day to you," and he found himself returning them with genuine warmth. Number 43 proved to be a house much like his own, narrow, old, respectable in its way. He climbed the steps and knocked, his heart beating faster than the exertion warranted. The door opened to reveal Thomas, dressed in his Sunday best, his face lighting with genuine pleasure. "Mr. Wickham, come in, come in. We've been watching for you." The interior of the house was warm and fragrant. Mrs. March emerged from what must have been the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron. "Mr. Wickham!" she exclaimed. "How wonderful! Please, Thomas, take his coat. You're just in time. The goose is almost ready." Beatrice appeared from a side room, followed by 3 other children younger than herself, clearly siblings. They regarded Mr. Wickham with unabashed curiosity. "Children," Mrs. March said, "this is Mr. Wickham, the lamplighter. Mr. Wickham, these are my other treasures, William, Anne, and little Margaret." Margaret. The name struck him like a bell, but gently. He smiled at the small girl, who could not have been more than 4. "What a lovely name," he said. "It was my grandmother's name," Mrs. March said. "She passed before this one was born, but we wanted to remember her." "It's a name worth remembering," Mr. Wickham said quietly. The Christmas dinner that followed was, in terms of pure abundance, nothing remarkable. The goose was small, the vegetables plain, the pudding more modest and rich. But the table was surrounded by faces bright with affection, and the conversation flowed with an ease that made the simplest dish taste like a feast. Mr. Wickham found himself telling stories he had not thought of in years. Tales of his youth, of his work in the shipping office, of the characters he had known in his long life. The children listened with rapt attention, even little Margaret, who sat on his lap without any shyness at all. After dinner, Thomas brought out a battered violin and played carols while the others sang. Mr. Wickham, holding young Margaret on his knee, felt something within him settle into place, like a bone long out of joint finally finding its proper position. As the afternoon waned toward evening, and he knew he should take his leave to light his lamps, Mrs. March drew him aside. "I wanted to thank you," she said, "for giving us your company today. It's been a blessing to have you here." "The blessing has been entirely mine," he said. "I cannot tell you what this day has meant to me. I came here a stranger, and you've treated me as family." "That's because you are family," she said simply. "Perhaps not by blood, but by something just as strong. You're a good man, Mr. Wickham. You've forgotten that about yourself, I think, but we can see it clearly." He had to look away, overwhelmed by the kindness in her words. "I've been alone a very long time," he managed to say. "I've forgotten what it felt like to be part of something, to belong." "Then you must remember now," she said, taking his hands in hers. "And you must promise to come again, not just for holidays, but whenever you like. Our door is always open to you." "I promise," he said, and meant it with every fiber of his being, as he walked back to Hangman's Lane to begin his evening rounds. The sky already darkening toward dusk, Mr. Wickham felt as though he were seeing the world for the first time. The cold was still cold, the fog still fog, but neither seemed hostile anymore. They were simply part of the world, no more and no less, and he was part of the world too. He came to his first lamp and began his ritual, setting the ladder, climbing, opening the glass panel, adjusting the flame. But this time, as the lamp flared to life, he spoke aloud to it, as he had not done in 40 years. "Happy Christmas," he said to the flame. "Happy Christmas, old friend." The light burned bright and steady, pushing back the gathering dark. Part the fifth, the gift. Over the weeks that followed, Mr. Wickham found himself becoming a regular fixture at the March household. He took Sunday dinner with them, played simple games with the children, helped Thomas with repairs around the house, and listened to Mrs. March's stories of the neighborhood with genuine interest. But his true transformation began with the lamps. One evening, as he was making his rounds, young William March, the boy of about 7, appeared at his side. "Mr. Wickham," the child said breathlessly, "may I watch you light the lamps tonight? Mother said I could if you didn't mind. Mr. Wickham, who would have minded such a request intensely only a month before, found himself nodding. I don't mind at all. But you must stay back from the ladder, and you must promise not to touch anything. I promise, William said solemnly. As they moved from lamp to lamp, William peppered him with questions. How did the gas get into the lamp? Why did the flame need trimming? What happened if a lamp went out? Mr. Wickham answered each question with patience, even with pleasure, for he discovered that explaining his work made him see it differently. What had been mere routine became, through the boy's eyes, something closer to magic. You're like a wizard, William announced as they finished the last lamp. You make light appear out of nothing. Not out of nothing, Mr. Wickham corrected gently. Out of gas and flame and care. But I suppose there's a kind of magic in it at that. The next week, 2 children accompanied him. The week after that, 4. Soon a small procession of children from Hangman's Lane and the surrounding streets made a habit of following Mr. Wickham on his rounds, watching with fascination as he tended each lamp. He found himself telling them stories as he worked, tales of famous lamplighters from history, explanations of how the gas system worked, accounts of strange things he had seen during his years of lighting the lanes of London. The parents, initially uncertain about this odd development, soon realized that their children were learning something valuable. They were learning about dedication, about taking pride in one's work, about the importance of small acts of care performed daily and without fanfare. And Mr. Wickham, who had spent 40 years in near silence, discovered that he had much to say. But it was on an evening in late January that the most significant change occurred. He was lighting the 4th lamp, the one before the baker's shop, when he noticed a young woman standing in the doorway of a house across the street. She was perhaps 25, plainly but neatly dressed, and she was crying. Mr. Wickham descended his ladder and, after a moment's hesitation, approached her. "Forgive me, miss," he said. "Are you all right? Can I help?" She looked up, startled, then shook her head. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't be standing here, making a spectacle of myself. It's just that today is difficult. My father died a year ago today, you see, and I miss him terribly." "I understand," Mr. Wickham said. And he did. Loss is not something we recover from. We simply learn to carry it differently. She wiped her eyes with a handkerchief. "You sound as though you speak from experience." "I do," he said. "I lost my wife and child 42 years ago. For a very long time, I thought the only way to honor them was to stop living myself. But I've learned recently that was wrong. The best way to honor those we've lost is to live as fully as we can, to find joy where we can, and to pass on whatever light we're able to kindle in the world." The young woman looked at him with new attention. "You're the lamplighter, aren't you? The one the children follow." "I am. My father used to say you were the most reliable man in the neighborhood, that the lamps would burn even if the world ended, because you'd be there to light them." Mr. Wickham felt his throat tighten. "That's a fine tribute." He meant it as one. She paused, then said, Would you mind very much if I walked with you while you finish your rounds? I don't want to be alone just now, and watching you work might help me think of something other than my sadness." "I would be honored," he said. As they walked from lamp to lamp, she told him about her father, a good man, a carpenter, who had taught her to find beauty in simple things. A well-made joint, a door that hung true, the smell of fresh planed wood. "He sounds like a man who understood the value of honest work," Mr. Wickham said. "He did, and he would have liked you, I think. He appreciated people who took pride in what they did." When they reached the last lamp, She thanked him for his company and his kind words. "You've helped me more than you know," she said. "I came out into the street tonight feeling as though I were drowning in sorrow. But talking to you, watching you tend your lamps with such care, has reminded me that life goes on, that there is still light in the world." After she had gone, Mr. Wickham stood for a long time beside his seventh lamp, thinking about her words. There is still light in the world. Yes, he thought, and sometimes we are called to be the ones who kindle it. Part the 6th, the circle widens. Spring came to London with its usual tentative grace. The days lengthened, the air grew warmer, and Hangman's Lane, what had seemed so bleak in winter, revealed itself to be a place where small beauties could flourish. Window boxes filled with flowers, children playing in the street without their heavy coats, the sound of singing from open windows. Mr. Wickham, now known to half the neighborhood, found his life utterly transformed. He was invited to dinners, asked to stand as godfather to a new baby, consulted on matters both trivial and serious. The March family remained at the center of his new life, but the circle had widened to include dozens of others, and he discovered something remarkable. The more he gave it himself in attention, in kindness, in simple presence, the more he seemed to have to give. One evening in April, as he was lighting his second lamp, he heard a familiar voice call his name. He turned to find Mrs. March hurrying toward him, her face bright with excitement. "Mr. Wickham, oh, I'm so glad I caught you. I have wonderful news." "What is it?" "Thomas has been offered position. A real position, not just an apprenticeship, at the printing house where he's been working, with wages enough to let him think of marrying. Someday. We're all so proud." Mr. Wickham felt a surge of genuine joy. That's splendid news. He's a good lad. He deserves every good thing. He wants to celebrate tonight at home, and he specifically asked if you would come. He says you're the one who convinced him to be patient, to keep at his work even when it seemed his prospects would never improve. I said that. You did. Last month, when he was discouraged. Don't you remember? He did remember, vaguely. There had been a conversation one Sunday after dinner, when Thomas had confessed his fears about the future. Mr. Wickham had told him something about the value of persistence, about how a lamp had to be tended every single night, not just when it was convenient, if it was to be relied upon. "I didn't realize my words had such an impact," he said. "You never do," Mrs. March said with a smile. "You simply offer what wisdom you have, without any thought for how it might be received. That's what makes it so precious." That night, gathered again in the warm kitchen of number 43, surrounded by the March family and a few of their neighbors, Mr. Wickham found himself called upon to make a toast. He stood, feeling awkward and self-conscious, but also deeply moved. "I'm not much for speeches," he began. "For 40 years, I barely spoke to another soul. I kept myself apart, thinking that was the safest way to live. But this family," he gestured to Marches, "showed me that I was wrong. They reminded me that we're meant to be together, to share our burdens and our joys. Thomas, my boy, I'm proud of you, not just because of this position, but because you're the kind of young man who values honest work and treats others with respect. Those qualities will serve you all your life." He raised his glass. "To Thomas, may your future be as bright as the lamps I tend." Everyone drank, and Thomas, his eyes suspiciously bright, embraced him. "Thank you, Mr. Wickham, for everything." That night, walking home through streets now familiar and friendly, Mr. Wickham reflected on the strange journey his life had taken. A year ago, he had been a ghost, moving to the world without truly inhabiting it. Now he was fully alive, connected to dozens of other lives, woven into the fabric of his community in ways he never could have imagined. It was, he realized, what Margaret had wanted for him all along, not to forget her, but to honor her memory by living with an open heart. Part the 7th, the return. Autumn came, and with it the first hints of cold. The leaves in the few trees that struggled to grow in Clerkenwell turned gold and brown, and the early evenings brought with them the scent of coal smoke and approaching winter. It was on a misty October evening, as Mr. Wickham was lighting his 5th lamp, that he saw the figure standing at the end of the lane. At first he thought it was one of the children who sometimes accompanied him, but as he looked more closely, he realized it was someone else. Someone smaller, more delicate, wrapped in a shawl that seemed to shimmer in the lamplight. He finished with the 5th lamp and moved toward the 6th, and as he did, the figure drew closer. When it reached the circle of light cast by the lamp he had just lit, he saw her clearly. It was a child, a girl perhaps 8 or 9, with dark eyes and an expression of otherworldly calm. She wore a dress of white, and in her hand she carried something wrapped in cloth. "Good evening, sir," she said in a voice like silver bells. "Good evening, child," Mr. Wickham replied, though something in him whispered that this was no ordinary child. "Are you lost? Do you need help finding your home?" "I'm not lost," she said, "and my home is not in this place, though I have been here before. I've come to give you something." She held out the wrapped object. Mr. Wickham took it carefully and folded back the cloth. Inside was a miniature lamp, no bigger than his fist, made of what looked like crystal or glass. It was exquisitely crafted, every detail perfect, and even in the dim light of the street, it seemed to glow with an inner radiance. "It's beautiful," he whispered, "but I can't accept such a gift. It's far too precious." "It's yours," the child said simply. "It was always meant to be yours. Consider it thanks." "Thanks for what?" "For keeping the lights burning." She smiled, and the expression transformed her face into something almost unbearably lovely. "There are many kinds of darkness in the world, sir, many kinds of cold, and many people who tend the lamps to hold them at bay. You're one of those people. You have been for longer than you know." Mr. Wickham looked down at the small lamp in his hands, then back at the child. "Who are you?" "I am someone who came to you once before on a Christmas Eve, carried in my mother's arms. You gave us shelter. You gave us warmth. And though you didn't know it, you gave us hope. We've not forgotten." The memory came rushing back. The woman and child who had appeared on Christmas Eve a year before, the mysterious visitors who had vanished without trace come morning. But that was... He began, then stopped, because he understood now that it had not been a dream, and they had not been ordinary travelers. "We come to those who need us," the child said, "and sometimes to those who need be needed. You've done well, Cornelius Wickham. You've learned to let light back into your life, and in doing so, you become a light to others. This gift is a symbol of that. Keep it somewhere you'll see it often, and let it remind you of what you've learned." "I don't know what to say." "You don't need to say anything. Simply keep doing what you're doing. Keep tending your lamps. Keep opening your heart. Keep being a friend to those who need one. That's all any of us can do, and it's enough." She began to fade then, not suddenly but gradually, as though she were made of mist and the evening breeze was gently dispersing her. Her smile remained longest, hanging in the air like the smile of a cat in a children's story. "Remember," her voice whispered, now far away, "the smallest light can hold back the greatest darkness, if only someone is brave enough to keep it burning." Then she was gone, and Mr. Wickham stood alone in Hangman's Lane, holding the miraculous lamp in his trembling hands. Part the 8th, The Legacy. Years passed. Not many, only 5 more, but they were years so full of life and purpose that they seemed to contain decades. Mr. Wickham, now quite old and noticeably frail, continued to light his lamps every evening, but he no longer did so alone. Thomas March, now married and with a small son of his own, had taken on the role of assistant lamplighter. Each evening, the two of them would make the rounds together, Thomas carrying the ladder, Mr. Wickham offering instruction and companionship. "You know," Thomas said one evening as they worked, "you've taught me far more than how to light lamps. You've taught me about dedication, about showing up day after day, whether you feel like it or not, about taking pride in small things done well. And you've taught me about family," Mr. Wickham replied, "about the way one generation can pass wisdom to the next, if only we're willing to share what we know." They finished their rounds and walked back together through streets now deeply familiar to both of them. At the door to number 12, Thomas helped Mr. Wickham up the stairs, for his legs were not what they had been. "Will you come to Sunday dinner tomorrow?" Thomas asked. "Mother's been trying a new recipe for apple tart. She's determined to get it right." "I wouldn't miss it," Mr. Wickham said, alone in his room. He sat in his chair and looked at the small crystal lamp the child had given him 5 years before. It sat on his mantelpiece, next to a daguerreotype of Margaret he had finally felt brave enough to display. The lamp glowed softly, though it had no wick, no oil, no gas. It simply glowed, as it always had, with a light that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. He thought about his life, about the long years of isolation, and the shorter but infinitely richer years of connection. He thought about Margaret, who had visited him that Christmas Eve to tell him it was not too late to live. He thought about Beatrice March, singing in the fog, who had seen him when he was invisible to himself. He thought about all the people who had entered his life since then, each one a gift, each one a lamp lit in the darkness of his solitude. "Thank you," he whispered to the air, to Margaret, to the mysterious mother and child, to the March family, to all of them. "Thank you for not letting me remain in the dark." The little lamp pulsed once, as if an acknowledgment, and he smiled. Epilogue, The Lamplighters. On a cold December evening, 20 years after Cornelius Wickham's death, a young woman named Margaret March, named for both her great-grandmother and for the long-ago wife of the famous lamplighter, stood in Hangman's Lane, looking up at the 7 lamps that lined its length. She held her own small daughter by the hand. The child, restless and cold, tugged at her fingers. "Mama, why do we have to come here? It's freezing, and I want to go home." "In a moment, darling. I wanted to show you something first." Margaret pointed to the lamps. "Do you see those lights?" "Yes, Mama." They were tended for 47 years by a man named Cornelius Wickham. He was a friend of your great-great-grandmother. Every evening, rain or shine, he would light those lamps. And he taught people, especially children, that even small acts of care, done faithfully, can make the world a better place. Did you know him? No, he died before I was born. But my grandmother told me stories about him, how he changed from a lonely, bitter old man into someone filled with kindness, how he became like a grandfather to the whole neighborhood, how he taught her father, my grandfather, to take pride in his work and to be generous with his time. She knelt down so she was at her daughter's level. The lamps are electric now. They light themselves with timers. But every time I see them, I think of Mr. Wickham. I think about how,